I'll take one A20 Ironclad run end-to-end, favoring reliable scaling and preserving HP, while adapting to the actual map, rewards, and bosses. The central route can reach a floor 6 elite after only one guaranteed hallway fight, so Nias Lament has far more upside than 7 max HP here. Wild Strike is imperfect, but early front-loaded damage is the safest pick from this reward. Clash is crippled by the Curse heavy starter deck, and Rage lacks enough attacks to shine yet. Carnage is a premium early damage purchase at this price, and cleanly improves elite and hallway matchups. It's worth more now than a single starter card removal. Early Serpent Gold is worth taking because the next elite is still protected by Lament and the Curse can be removed at a later shop for a sizable net gain. Golden Idol's long-term gold is valuable, and current HP is high enough to pay the temporary damage trap, while keeping max HP and avoiding a second curse. Donut is the strongest durable reward. Lament makes the upcoming elite harmless, and the following rest site can repair the temporary HP deficit without adding another curse. Power Through supplies the large, efficient block this deck lacks and is especially valuable against Guardian. Its wounds can later become fuel for exhaust synergies. At 59/80 with Burning Blood and only one hallway before the chest, smithing is safe. Carnage's upgrade sharply improves our front-loaded damage, while Bag of Marble supplies turn 1 vulnerable. Pommel Strike adds useful draw, while keeping damage density high. A clean improvement for a deck that needs to find Carnage and Power Through on the right turns. I'm favoring the event branch because it preserves access to both a rest site and the late shop, where our 248 gold can remove doubt and buy another meaningful upgrade. Meal ticket means the planned shop will heal us to full, so this campfire is pure upgrade value. Taking the rest site branch also keeps that shop accessible. The shop completes a real defensive engine. Second Wind converts power throws wounds and Spare defends into block, while Metallicize gives steady boss fight scaling. I'll also spend the remaining purge on a strike. A second pommel strike is the only scalable option here, improving cycle speed and helping assemble power through plus Second Wind, without committing to weak strength-dependent damage. Second Wind's upgrade multiplies across every wound and Spare skill it exhausts, making it the highest impact boss upgrade for our power through block engine. Guardian is not attacking, so I'll use Bag of Marbles one turn vulnerable for a strike into Carnage Plus, crossing the mode shift threshold efficiently while saving the exhaust engine for real damage turns. Guardian's 16 damage multi-hit makes a draw for block line worthwhile. Pommel Strike guarantees power through from the 2-card draw pile, and the resulting block outweighs Sharp Hide's retaliation. This is the ideal engine turn. Power through fully covers the multi-hit, then second wind exhausts all 3 wounds plus the spare defend, permanently cleaning the deck for later cycles. The final 20 damage hit is the potion's best use. Metallicized plus plated armor soften it, while 2 pommel strikes can accelerate the reshuffle without sharp hide retaliation. Guardian is only 2 damage from shifting, but has 9 block, so Pommel Strike first strips the block and guarantees the follow-up attack, cancels the lethal 36 damage intent. Immolate fills the deck's biggest hole, reliable area damage for Act 2, while its burn is manageable alongside Second Wind. Fiend Fire is powerful, but less urgent than solving multi-enemy fights. Cursed Key gives the 4th energy this deck needs for power through. Second Wind turns without sacrificing future potions. Matryoshka makes 1 cursed chest worth opening, and a shop can remove the curse later. The left route is best. 3 manageable fights lead to a meal ticket shop and campfire before elite, with later access to Matryoshka's double chest and additional elites if HP permits. Shrug it off as a clean defensive cantrip, improving draw consistency without diluting the power through second wind core. None of these attacks improve the deck's plan enough to justify another draw slot. Preserving consistency is more valuable than redundant damage. True Grit adds another exhaust outlet and becomes precise once upgraded. The upcoming meal ticket shop and campfire make taking and upgrading it safe despite current HP. Losing 24 max HP for bites is too severe on A20. Meal Ticket and Burning Blood already supply sustain, so preserving the 80 HP buffer is more important. Feed as the shop standout, turning upcoming hallway kills into permanent HP. A second Metallicize spends the rest efficiently and strengthens long fights against Automaton. Triple slavers demand immediate mitigation. Dexterity plus Shrug and Metallicize limit the 34 incoming, while concentrating Wild Strike, Feed, and the Drawn Strike leaves Blue Slaver in guaranteed kill range next turn. Amamori is exceptional here. It turns cursed keys downside off for the Matryoshka chest and another future chest, preserving both energy and relic value. With another elite immediately after the chest, I'll convert the blood potion and campfire into 40 HP now, reaching 75 and opening a potion slot, rather than entering the elite at only 59. The opening draw can clear both minions and trigger feed. Pommel Strike Plus one-shots the Shield Gremlin, the second Pommel softens Mad Gremlin, and feed finishes at while True Grit plus Metallicize cover most of Leader's attack. Leader's 48 damage swing is the critical turn. Shrug guarantees another defend, and exhausting a wound with True Grit lets 4 skills plus 6 Metallicized block cut the hit to 15. The scaled 73 damage turn cannot be killed through this hand, so all available block, power through, 2 defends, and 6 metallicize is mandatory, reserving 19 HP for a likely lethal counterattack next turn. Weak prevents the clean one-turn kill, but Bash into Carnage leaves Leader at 7 while it buffs. Accepting 4 minion damage sets up any attack to end the fight next turn. Double tap adds the offensive scaling this deck lacks, converting Carnage Plus or Immolate into efficient burst, while 4 energy keeps the combinations practical. Double tap immediately pays off. 2 vulnerable Carnage Plus hits remove Mystic before it can debuff or heal, while Metallicize Plus defend keeps Centurion's attack survivable. Entrench gives a concrete answer to Automaton's Hyper Beam by doubling Power Throw's block in 1 turn. 4 energy makes even the unupgraded version workable. Feel No Pain is the decisive shot purchase. Every wound, burn, true grit target, and second wind exhaust now adds block, turning the deck status generation into durable scaling. HP is still the limiting resource. Resting to roughly 66 makes the final hallway safe, while the last campfire can upgrade Entrench or feel no pain if the fight goes cleanly. Uppercut Plus adds 2 turns of weak and vulnerable in one card, directly improving both survival and burst against automaton. At 43 HP, resting to 67 is mandatory before automaton. The deck already has functional answers, and the extra health protects against draw order failures before Hyper Beam. Turn 1 is set up. Establish Feel No Pain, use Pommel to reach Power Through and Wild Strike, and cycle with Shrug so the exhaust engine is online before the orb attacks begin. Hyper Beam plus the orb totals 66. The only survival line is Uppercut plus to apply weak, then Shrug and the second Metallicized for 17 block. This is exact to within rounding, so every defensive point matters. I'll inspect the current game state, abandon one unfinished run only if necessary, then pilot exactly one fresh Ironclad A20 run to its final result. The opening offers either raw power or tempo. I'm checking the Act 1 route before choosing, because a 3-fight snipe is only valuable if it converts into a strong elite path. Exhume is a weak standalone rare, so I'm taking the central development route. For early fights for card rewards, then a campfire with the option to challenge or dodge the first elite. Carnage is the clear first reward. 20 immediate damage is exactly what this starter deck needs to survive Act 1 elites, while Armaments and Iron Wave are too slow as the first edition. None of these improves the deck's core plan. Warcry would mostly spend draw to rearrange the same hand, Havoc is unreliable, and an uncommitted Searing Blow is a trap, so I'm keeping the deck lean. Cleave fills the deck's missing area damage roll and makes sentries, slime groups, and several hallway fights much safer. Entrench has no block engine yet. True Grit gives real defensive scaling, removes bad draws and hexaghost burns, and finally makes Exhume purposeful. The upcoming Campfire lets me upgrade away its random exhaust downside. Armaments is efficient here. It adds block while turning Carnage, Cleave, or True Grit into a much stronger card during longer fights. And it scales better than another small attack. At 51 HP with an energy potion, I can afford the Elite. I'm smithing Carnage because its +8 damage is the biggest immediate survival upgrade against Nob, Lagavulin, or Sentries. It's Nob, so skills are now a damage liability. This first hand is poor, but I'll preserve HP by avoiding enrage triggers and save the energy potion for a decisive attack turn. Reaper is transformative. Pair expanded the healing ceiling, Exhume can replay it, and the duplication potion can turn one strong Reaper into a full reset. I'm building towards strength plus sustain. This Gremlin pack is dangerous at 35 HP. I'll use armaments to improve Cleave, remove the 10 damage Sneaky Gremlin, and keep Reaper plus the duplication potion reserved for a larger heal after the pack is softened. The Wizard is about to hit for 25. Spending the duplication potion on Reaper now heals 8 and enables an exact kill, with Strike preventing lethal level attrition before the campfire. Thunderclap supports both halves of the deck. It amplifies Carnage and Cleave, while letting Reaper heal more from every enemy. The other attacks demand a commitment this run does not have. Mummified Hand is currently dormant, but it sharply raises the value of Inflame, Feel No Pain, and other powers, exactly the strength and exhaust support this Reaper True Grit core wants. The Fairy gives a safety net and another campfire is available immediately on the left route, so I'm converting this fire into power by upgrading True Grit for targeted exhaust N9 block. With 290 gold and no power cards yet, the left event route is better than another hallway fight because it preserves access to a shop where Mummified Hand and Reaper can gain real support. The wheel added decay, making the merchant mandatory. I can remove the curse and still have 215 gold to seek a power, strength, or high-value relic. The shop delivers the engine. Feel No Pain activates Mummified Hand and rewards every exhaust. Uppercut supplies weak and vulnerable. Shrug adds efficient draw block. I can buy all three and still remove decay. Second Wind is premium now. With Feel No Pain, it turns burns, curses, and spare, defends into large block, while Exhume can replay it or Reaper depending on the fight. At 53 HP with Fairy, feel no pain, uppercut, and an immediate campfire afterward. The second elite is worth taking for another relic and rare card chance. Lagavulin gives setup time. I'll use it to upgrade an attack and thin a defend with True Grit, improving every later draw without waking the elite. Lagavulin's 20 damage swing makes pure offense too costly here. I'll cash Exhume into the defend that True Grit removed, gaining feel no pain block and preserving HP before the elite's debuff turn. Lagavulin has stripped the deck stats enough that blocking is no longer viable. I'll use the fairy deliberately, upgrading and landing uppercut, so the revive happens against a weakened attack and the next cycle retains weak. There is no line to 20 block from 1 HP after the second Lagavulin debuff. Second wind reaches only 12 via 4, feel, no pain triggers. I'll take the maximum block line and let the run resolve honestly. Starting fresh at Ascension 20. Early priorities are reliable damage, enough defense for elites, and a route that converts HP into strength safely. Nias Lament is worth taking if the map can reach an elite within 3 combats, otherwise permanent max HP is the cleaner value. I'm taking the right-hand start. It preserves access to 3 card rewards before the first elite, while adding events that may improve the deck without extra attrition. Carnage is the clear early pickup. 20 damage solves Act 1 hallway and Elite races immediately, and Slime Boss rewards concentrated burst more than setup. With only 10 HP missing, the banana wastes most of its value, plus 5 max HP is guaranteed long-run strength, without saddling a small deck with regret. I'm committing to the earlier Elite. Carnage plus 77 HP makes the fight realistic, and an early relic is more valuable than spending 114 gold or drifting through low information events. Iron Wave rounds out the deck best. Carnage already covers burst, while efficient block plus damage helps preserve HP through the Elite and remains useful during Slime Boss split setup. I'll take exactly one 5 HP pull. The relic upside is high enough, but repeated attempts would jeopardize the forced hallway plus Elite sequence with no campfire. At 57 HP, avoiding a guaranteed hallway before the Elite is worth more than a third card reward. The deck already has Carnage and Iron Wave, so I'm taking the event branch and reassessing afterward. I'm taking the free gold. A strike removal is attractive, but paying 7 HP immediately before a potential Elite is too steep. Carnage already satisfies the statue's damage requirement. With 57 HP, Carnage, and a campfire immediately after, the Elite is now the correct risk. The relic can define the run, and post-fight healing is guaranteed. Mummified Hand makes powers immediately more efficient, and Inflame is the ideal first one. Permanent Strength improves every attack, while also discounting a card the turn it's played. Shrug It Off is premium glue here, real block, card draw to find carnage or inflame, and no dependence on an existing block engine, like in Trench or Body Slam. I'm taking the campfire first. Healing to a safe threshold keeps the second elite available on the very next floor without gambling the run at 37 HP. Lagavulin punishes slow decks, so I'm cashing one duplication potion on Carnage now. Converting the sleeping turn into a huge opening hit is safer than saving both potions for later. Cleave fills the deck's biggest gap, cheap area damage for slime boss adds and Act 2 multi-enemy fights, while Inflame turns it into a respectable 10 damage sweep. I'm taking the event into the guaranteed shop, 284 gold, can buy a major upgrade or removal, and the final campfire cushions moderate event risk. I'm keeping duplication potion and adding Blessing of the Forge. Upgrading an entire opening hand can amplify carnage, inflame, and key block for the whole boss fight. Membership card is the standout purchase. It pays back immediately at the shop and halves costs for the rest of the run, letting 284 gold become both current power and future scaling. I'm using the remaining discount on Disarm, Fire Breathing, and a Strike Removal. Durable damage reduction, a mummified hand power that punishes slime statuses and better draw quality. I'm resting to 82 rather than upgrading. Slime Boss can force a 38 damage turn if the split timing misses and the potion already supplies combat-specific upgrades. Exhume has the highest ceiling. Recurring Disarm can erase multi-hit bosses and dangerous elites, and an eventual Exhume upgrade makes that defensive loop nearly free. I'm choosing Snecko Eye. The extra 2 cards per turn is the strongest scaling option. Carnage and Bash already benefit from cost randomization, and Mummified Hand can rescue an expensive roll, while future picks can favor high-cost Impact C. I'm skipping these. Snecko rewards high-impact cards, and none of these meaningfully improves defense or scaling enough to justify diluting 7-card draws. Toy Ornithopter plus White Beast statue is too strong to pass. Every combat now guarantees a replacement potion, so using one becomes repeatable healing and substantially improves Act 2 survival. Simplicity upgrades 8 starter cards at once, with Snecko drawing 7 per turn. Turning every basic draw into 9 damage or 8 block is far more valuable than 1 removal. I'm spending Flex Potion here because White Beast will replace it and Ornithopter heals 5. With a 0-cost bash, this converts the free debuff turn into a massive vulnerable burst. A second shrug it off is exactly what Snecko wants. Block plus draw smooths bad cost rolls and improves survivability without compromising tempo. I'm sacrificing 30 HP because the next node is a campfire. Resting immediately converts most of that loss into +5 permanent, max HP, which is cleaner than carrying decay all run. At 83 HP with Heart of Iron and a Forge Potion, I'm taking the Elite. The branch can reach a chest in, then a campfire, so the risk is well contained. I'm using the Forge Potion to delete the Gremlin Wizard with Carnage Plus before it charges. Ornithopter also heals 5, while the free upgraded Defend nearly covers Sneaky Gremlin's attack. Gremlin Leader is threatening 48 damage, so I'm using Disarm Plus immediately and exhuming it. Even one reduction is vital, and a second application could collapse the multi-hit attack. Brutality is the strongest engine here. Snecko turns every extra draw into another chance at a zero-cost high-impact card. Mummified hand discounts on play, and Ornithopter plus Regal Pillow offsets the HP drain. Snake Plan is only debuffing this turn, so I'm using Gambler's Brew for the Ornithopter heal and replacing the Curse plus Poor Snecko rolls with a chance at cheaper setup and burst. Whirlwind adds scalable area damage that ignores Snecko's random cost, pairs with Inflame, and solves exactly the kind of crowded fight that just made Gremlin Leader dangerous. I'm taking the right chest branch because it preserves access to the immediate campfire. At 44 HP, that routing flexibility matters more than the identical treasure itself. Regal Pillow turns this rest into a 42 HP recovery, taking the run from danger back to near full. No upgrade competes with that swing. I'm backing the 30% owner. Its expected value is slightly higher, and membership card makes the 250 gold upside disproportionately powerful at the shop available on the next row. With 86 HP and only 25 gold, I'm taking the campfire upgrade. Disarm Plus is the priority because Exhume can apply it twice, turning dangerous multi-hit enemies into manageable fights. I'm using Blood Potion now for a 23 HP swing with Ornithopter, then killing the fungi beast and stacking block before its death vulnerability amplifies shelled parasites hit. Another Shrug It Off strengthens the run's weakest axis, reliable block, while its draw keeps finding free Snecko rolls. The alternatives are either conditional or destructive. I'm skipping again. Snecko removes blood for blood's main cost advantage. Wild Strike's wound is too slow without evolve, and Havoc risks exhausting essential powers or exhume. Regal Pillow makes the final rest a full heal, which is the right preparation for Bronze Automaton's 58 damage Hyper Beam cycle. For Bronze Automaton, I'll deploy powers early, use Whirlwind to pressure both orbs, and preserve Liquid Memories to recover Disarm, Exhume, or a zero-cost Burst when Hyper Beam approaches. The left orb survived at 14 HP after the cost roll, so I'm converting Liquid Memories into a zero-cost Carnage. Killing it now removes one attacker and returns its stolen card before the boss cycle escalates. Hyper Beam is arriving with one artifact charge still intact, so the priority is maximum block. I'll use the free shrug first and adapt to its Snecko draw before committing energy. Starting Ironclad on Ascension 20, early priorities are efficient damage, a safe elite route, and scaling that can survive both Act 4 bosses. Potions are the strongest low variant start here. They preserve Burning Blood, avoid a crippling 18 damage penalty, and can convert an early elite into a clean win. I'll confirm the route after taking them. I'm taking the right-hand route. It offers early events, a campfire immediately before the first elite, and flexible access to later elites. The 2 potions make that aggressive line reasonable. Pommel Strike is the best first add. It improves damage without bloating the deck and becomes premium draw when upgraded. Headbutt is useful later, but there's nothing worth recurring yet. 7 HP for a permanent strike removal is excellent this early. Burning Blood will recover most of the cost, and the leaner deck improves every future draw. I'll take the extra hallway fight instead of a second event. We need card rewards before the elite, and this branch preserves the campfire first option. Perfected Strike is unusually strong right now. 4 base strikes plus Pommel Strike. Make it immediate 18 damage front load, exactly what the first Elite and Slime boss demand. I'll treat it as an Act 1 power spike, not a commitment to Indles. Uppercut is the standout purchase. It supplies both weak and vulnerable, improves elite safety, and upgrades into durable utility. That is worth more than a second removal or one fight potion. Intimidate is a clean defensive add. Zero-cost multi-target weak for elite and boss turns, with natural exhaust synergy if the run finds feel no pain or dark embrace later. Gremlin Knob is the exact fight to cash the energy potion. Uppercut first makes Perfected Strike Plus and Pommel Strike land under vulnerable, dealing about 62 on the setup turn and avoiding a prolonged rage cycle. Shrug It Off beats the tempting Wild Strike. We already have enough Act 1 damage, while Reliable Block plus Draw fixes the deck's real weakness and stays valuable through the heart. At 58 HP, another Smith is safe. Uppercut Plus is the priority because 2 turns each of weak and vulnerable stabilize long fights and multiply Perfected Strike's damage. I'll take the left chest branch to preserve an immediate second elite. With 58 HP, upgraded front load, and a skill potion, the deck is strong enough to convert that risk into another relic. Offering Plus is the run's first true engine piece. Toxic Egg gives the 5-card version immediately, turning HP into enough draw and energy to deploy the expensive attacks together. Burning Blood offsets its cost. At 29 HP, the Fear Potion is worth spending to erase this looter immediately. It converts Perfected Strike plus Pommel Strike into a clean kill, preserving both health and the 20 gold it would steal. Toxic Egg turns dual-wield into its excellent upgraded form. Copying Perfected Strike Plus creates immediate burst, while later it can duplicate a key power or scaling attack. Offering Plus supplies the energy to exploit it. I'll take the hallway fight because it is the only branch that preserves the floor 13 campfire. Burning Blood should carry us through, and that guaranteed rest is safer than gambling onto events with no recovery. This is the dangerous draw. All 3 louses attack for 20, while weak cuts are damage. I'll use the skill potion before committing, offering HP, looking for block or area weak that prevents a lethal attrition spiral. Warcry Plus is worth taking over the Bowl's 2 max HP. At 0 cost it improves hand quality, helps align dual wield with Perfected Strike, and exhausts out of the deck after doing its job. The next node is a Force 3rd Elite with no potions. I'll rest from 41 to 63, then use the later campfire to smith if the Elite goes cleanly. Survival equity outweighs 1 extra upgrade here. Lagavulin gives us a setup window. I'll spend Offering Plus now, then use Dual Wield Plus on a base strike if available. The 2 combat copies raise Perfected Strike Plus by 6 damage each time it appears before we wake the Elite. True Grip Plus is the clear prize. Targeted exhaust removes Ascender's Bane, statuses, or excess basics while adding block. It strengthens the offering Warcry engine without committing to Combust's ongoing HP drain. The goal is a clean sub 75 split before Slime Boss's 38 damage slam. I'll open with Uppercut Plus and a vulnerable strike, while Warcry Plus parks a useful attack for the burst turn. I'll use Dual Wield Plus on Perfected Strike Plus before the slam. The generated copies raise each Perfected Strike's damage and give the deck enough repeat burst to force the split next turn, while Uppercut's weak keeps the slam survivable. The split is secured at 74 HP, so the slam is cancelled. I'll now use Offering Plus to drive the boss lower before ending the turn. Each extra point carries directly into both spawn slimes' starting HP. Immolate fixes the deck's largest Act 2 hole. Reliable area damage. Fiend Fire has tempting offering synergy, but Immolate is immediately decisive against birds, thieves, gremlin leader, and slavers without exhausting key attacks. Runic Pyramid is the strongest relic by far. It lets us hold Perfected Strike for dual wield, Bank Block for exact turns, and Time Offering without losing key cards. True Grit Plus gives us a way to clear curses and status clutter. Act 2 starts at 68 HP with 335 gold, so I'm taking the center path to an early shop after 2 fights. It keeps Ma Bank active for 2 more floors, then converts the gold into upgrades before a campfire-supported elite. Pyramid lets us sequence a lethal through 32 block. Bash and Pommel establish vulnerable and thin the hand, then Offering Plus should draw Immolate with enough energy to finish before the 22 damage double hit. A second Pommel Strike earns its slot because it both raises Perfected Strike plus by 3 and cycles toward Offering or Immolate. The deck can support one more efficient attack despite Pyramid's hand size pressure. I'll spend the Flex Potion here. Offering Plus gives 5 energy and plus 5 strength turns Uppercut Perfected Strike Pommel. Strike into a full 86-point block and HP kill, avoiding Shelled Parasite's frail hit before the shop. Shrug It Off Plus is the strongest stable add, 11 block and draw for 1 energy. Sentinel Plus has an exhaust combo, but the deck benefits more from defense that works without needing 2 specific cards together. The shop can convert nearly all 408 gold into permanent value. Remove Ascender's Bane to protect Pyramid's hand, Buy Oddly Smooth Stone for stronger block and Happy Flower for recurring 4th energy turns. That package is better than any. Ascender's Bane cannot be purged on this screen, so the best fallback is one basic defend. The deck now has stone-boosted Shrugs, True Grit Plus, and Weak Coverage. Trimming a low-output block card reduces Pyramid Clog without weakening Perfect. I'll take the event branch, then the hallway fight into the campfire back delete. At 66 HP and with Fire Potion, that line balances reward density with a guaranteed safety valve. Ritual Dagger is worth 6 HP. Pyramid lets us hold it until a guaranteed kill, so it can scale repeatedly and supply the late game damage this otherwise front-loaded deck still lacks. I'll preserve Ritual Dagger for a real kill. Offering Plus enables Intimidate, Immolate, 2 stone-boosted defends, and a strike into Mystic, weakening the entire fight while setting the healer near a future dagger threshold. Mystic is at 31 HP and about to buff. Fire Potion plus Ritual Dagger guarantees the dagger's first permanent upgrade, removes the healer before it can recover, and leaves 2 energy to pressure Centurion. A second Perfected Strike Plus strengthens both copies. The new Strike tagged card raises each to 30 damage, creating repeatable burst without relying on dual wield appearing first. The forced delete is followed by several floors without recovery, so I'll rest from 48. The dex damage is already elite ready. Preserving enough HP to use offerings safely matters more than upgrading Immolate here. Book of Stabbing is a scaling race, so I'll use the power potion immediately. A zero-cost strength, our defensive power, can decide the fight. And Bird-Faced Urn also refunds 2 HP when it is played. With Demon Form active and Happy Flower giving 4 energy, I'll duplicate Perfected Strike Plus now. The 2 combat copies raise every Perfected Strike and give enough repeat damage to outrun books, escalating multi-hit pattern, while still blow. This is the payoff turn. Offering Plus gives 5 energy, 242 damage Perfected Strikes, leave book at 4 HP, and Ritual Dagger takes the kill for another permanent upgrade before book's 35 damage barrage. Second Wind Plus is the best pyramid tool here. It clears wounds, burns, Ascender's Bane, and excess skills from a clogged hand while turning each into 7 block, a major defensive answer for Collector and the Heart. Chosen's vulnerable 31 damage hit is the exact second win plus turn. It converts 5 held skills into about 40 block, while Uppercut Plus applies 2 turns of weak and vulnerable, so we survive cleanly and set up the kill. Intimidate Plus is the discipline pick. 2 turns of zero-cost area weak protects against Collector's minions and late multi-enemy fights, while exhausting itself before Pyramid can clog. A third perfected strike would over-concentrate the deck. With another elite immediately after a low gold shop, I'll use Regal Pillow to heal to full. Immolate's upgrade is attractive, but 29 real HP is more valuable insurance against a Slaver's opening turn. Armaments Plus is exceptional with Pyramid. 1 energy upgrades the entire held hand for the fight, including Immolate, both pommel strikes, bash, and basic blocks. It is a much larger gain than the 1-turn speed potion. Gremlin Leader opened for 33. I'll use Armaments Plus to block and upgrade the held hand, then Perfected Strike removes Sneaky Gremlin. Reducing incoming damage and minion count is safer than racing the leader immediately. Leader is summoning, giving a free damage window. I'll spend Uppercut Unbashed to establish vulnerable, Then Offering Plus refills 2 energy for a vulnerable Immolate, roughly 56 damage before the new minions arrive. Second Win Plus is the emergency answer again. After Intimidate, it converts 6 held defensive cards into roughly 48 block. The remaining 2 energy kill Sneaky Gremlin, fully covering the leader's 39-point attack turn. Leader is defending, rather than attacking, and remains vulnerable. Perfected Strike plus a strike leaves it at exactly 36. Vulnerable Ritual Dagger can deal 36 next turn, setting up another permanent dagger kill. Ghostly Armor Plus adds 13 block for 1 energy and naturally exhausts if unneeded, so it does not permanently clog Pyramid. That is more valuable now than a third Pommel Strike's incremental damage. I'll take the final elite line. Regal Pillow heals us to full first, Lizard Tail covers a disaster, and another relic is worth more than 2 ordinary hallway rewards. Slavers open for 34 with no block or offering. The only productive line is Perfected Strike plus Pommel into Red Slaver, leaving it at 13 so we can remove the Entangle threat next turn. We must absorb this hit. I can feed Ritual Dagger safely. 2 strikes and a defend create hand space, offering plus draws Perfected Strike. And the sequence leaves Blue Slaver below 27, so Dagger gets the kill, while 6 block covers Taskmaster. Fiend Fire is now a real finisher. Pyramid can hold a large hand, offering refills it, and Jiria's strength will apply to every hit. It also gives us a second way to clear status-heavy hands when damage matters more than second wind's block. At 32 HP, Regal Pillow makes the final campfire an easy for value rest to 69. Collector's Opening and Big Debuff turn demand the health buffer. Jiria lifts can wait for Act 3. Collector's Opening Summon is a free setup turn. I'll use Offering Plus now, dump efficient attacks into the boss, and preserve the 30 damage Ritual Dagger for a Torch Head kill, so it can keep scaling. The opening setup is committed. I'm putting Ascender's Bane back, then converting the remaining energy into clean boss damage, while keeping Ritual Dagger ready for a minion. The torch heads deal only 14 this turn, so I'm trading a little health to bash one and let Ritual Dagger land the kill. Intimidate then trims the surviving hit, while the dagger grows to 33. The buff swing is 38, but the hand has a precise answer. Shrug plus draws Intimidate plus. Then Second Wind converts the expendable skills into enough block. Letter Opener and a Pommel Strike also soften the last torch head without sacrificing heat. Collector is debuffing instead of attacking, so the last torch head can die cleanly to Perfected Strike plus. I'll spend the spare energy on Armaments plus first, upgrading the whole pyramid hand, then push a Pommel Strike plus through the boss's Remite. With no incoming damage, Uppercut Plus is worth more than a few extra points now. It sets 2 turns of weak and vulnerable, blunting Collector's next attack, and amplifying the heavy pyramid-held attacks that follow. Collector is spending another turn on setup and is still vulnerable. This is the Fiend Fire window. 9 retained cards become a large multi-hit, burst through the fresh block, and exhausting the clutter improves the next reshuffle. The reshuffle landed on the dangerous turn, 66 incoming with only 9 block in hand. I'm spending the skill potion now. A strong block, weak, or strength reduction can preserve the lizard tail and stabilize the fight. Exhume is the best potion result because it can recover Intimidate Plus for free. Weak across all 3 enemies prevents more damage than raw block here, while leaving enough energy for Shrug Plus and Immolate to soften both minions. Even after the potion line, 48 incoming cannot be blocked from this all-attack hand. Lizard Tail is the safety net, so I'll use the turn to kill one Torch Head exactly with Perfected Strike plus Pommel Strike. That cuts future pressure Beth. Lizard Tail has done its job. This turn I can't finish the 24 HP minion through weak, so Uppercut Plus goes into Collector. Its debuffs carry into the next attack turn, and Pommel Strike Plus adds damage and reloads the hand while I absorb the loan. There is a narrow survival line. Shrug Plus for 12 block. Elixir away both burns so they don't consume 4 of it. Then Perfected Strike Plus exactly kills the 24 HP Torch Head. 1 spare pommel hit strips boss block, leaving me alive after collect. The deck has collapsed after Fiend Fire. Collector attacks for 36. Only 12 block remains and 3 energy cannot produce lethal against 111 HP. There is no surviving line, so I'll make the maximum 34 damage play and accept the run's end. I'm checking the live game state first. I'll abandon only an unfinished test run, then commit to one Ironclad A20 attempt through its terminal result. I'm paying 18 HP for control over a rare. A20 rewards an immediate engine, or premium attack, more than a blind relic swap, and Ironclad can recover the health. I'm taking the left route. 5 early combat supply cards, then a campfire. Elite campfire sequence lets Impervious convert the low start into a controlled relic attempt before Hexaghost. Combust is the best early coverage here. Efficient AoE for swarm fights and steady hexaghost damage. Burning Blood offsets its small life cost. Headbutt adds needed front-loaded damage, while setting up redraws of Bash or Impervious. Feel no pain is promising but too speculative, with only 2 exhaust triggers. Pommel Strike improves both damage density and draw consistency. The deck needs to find Combust, Impervious, and Bash on the right turns before the Elite. I'm caching the Reagan potion now. This fight should last long enough to realize most of its 15 healing, turning a dangerous 31 HP into elite-ready health. Double tap gives the current cheap attacks burst without adding a wound, and it has much higher upside with future premium attacks than Wild Strike. I'm absorbing one controlled hit instead of spending the power potion. Double tap plus headbutt softens a louse while stacking defends for the next straw, and impervious remains in the deck as the emergency break. At 11 HP with 2 attackers, the power potion is no longer optional. I need immediate mitigation or enough scaling to end the fight before the next hit. The prior test run was already over, so no abandonment is needed. I'm starting the single requested Ironclad A20 attempt now. Nia's Lament can reach a floor 6 elite as the third combat on the right side event path, securing an early relic with no fight risk. I'm taking it. Cleave is immediate, efficient AoE for Act 1 and Slime Boss. Dark Embrace is too speculative this early, while Perfected Strike would overcommit the deck. With 74/75 HP, healing is wasted and regret would be costly without an upcoming shop. The clean +5 max HP is the strongest long-term gain. Sword Boomerang supplies needed single target damage for the Post-Lament Elite and Slime Boss. The Exhaust enablers still lack support. Full HP, a guaranteed 1 HP Elite next, and a Campfire after it makes Scrap Ooze HP unusually expendable. I'll press for the relic while keeping a safe reserve. A free strike removal improves every future draw and is more reliable than a random transform. Upgrades remain available at campfires. Corruption is a premium build-around worth taking from the Elite reward. It is temporarily slow, but Warpaint's upgraded skills and future exhaust synergies give it the highest winning ceiling. Power Through immediately patches defense and becomes free under corruption. Its wounds are manageable in short Act 1 fights and can later fuel exhaust synergies. At 91/94 HP, resting has almost no value. Upgrading corruption to 2 cost lets it deploy without consuming the entire turn and is the key engine upgrade. The event keeps both a safe monster route and a second delight option open, with 91 HP, 2 potions, and Jiria, preserving that flexibility is better than a forced hallway fight. True Grit adds free block under corruption and provides the missing way to clear Power Throw's wounds. It advances the Dex engine more than another modest attack. At 83 HP with skill and attack potions, upgraded corruption, and Power Through, the deck can afford the second elite. The relic and rare card chance are worth more than the safe hallway. Gremlin Knob is the run's immediate damage check, and turn 1 is the clean window to spend the attack potion before Rage punishes skills. I'm converting it into tempo now. Knob is at 31, but threatens a large vulnerable hit. Spending the remaining skill potion can either find lethal acceleration or enough block to prevent a costly trade. Battle Trance is premium draw for assembling Corruption plus defense, and once Corruption is active, it exhausts cleanly after doing its job. $11 HP is recoverable before Slime Boss, while the 115 gold swing versus leaving as enormous future shop value. I'm taking the gold. Fire Breathing turns Power Throws wounds and Slime Boss's slimed cards into damage, giving this Corruption deck a useful status payoff and better multi-enemy control. Evolve completes the status package. Wounds and Slimed now draw through the deck. while fire breathing converts them into damage, fixing Power Throw's main drawback. Two blood potions restore 36 HP, nearly capping health without spending the campfire. That makes Scaria's permanent +1 strength the best use of the final rest site. The opening hand contains the whole engine, deploying corruption and fire breathing before Battle Trance turns incoming slime cards into both damage and fuel, while making defense free. Slime Boss is at 84 and preparing, so a 28 damage now forces a low 56 HP split before the next slam, exactly the window the status engine was built to create. Exhume is the best fit. Under Corruption it is free and can replay Power Through for block status damage or recover another key exhausted skill, adding flexibility the deck lacks. Joker conflicts directly with Corruption's many card turns, and Pyramid risks a hand clogged by unplayable wounds. Busted Crown's card reward penalty is survivable, because the core engine is assembled, and 398 gold and buy missing pieces. The center route reaches an early shop with 398 gold, then offers an elite, followed by a campfire. That is the best chance to buy Dark Embrace or feel no pain and immediately capitalize. Flame Barrier is a strong crown hit, free 12 block under Corruption, plus Retaliation that is especially valuable against multi-hit act to enemies and automaton. Pummel Plus is efficient 15 damage with Garria's strength, scales further with future strength, and exhausts after use, so it never burdens the corruption cycle. Paying 425 gold would erase the shop plan. This deck is strong enough to fight the bandits, and the red mask relic is valuable, so combat is the only sensible choice. Bear's dexterity debuff has reduced ordinary block to almost nothing. The speed potion restores efficient defense for this dangerous all-attack turn, while the energy potion remains reserved for the elite or boss. Three attackers make this the energy potion turn. It lets corruption, fire breathing, both block skills and bash all fit together, stabilizing the fight while activating the dex engine. At 13 HP, Exhume must become a second power through 22 block plus 4 new wounds. Both survives Romeo's hit and loads fire breathing for the finish. Heavy Blade is only mediocre at 1 strength and would dilute access to Corruption Evolve. With a 451 gold shop next, skipping preserves room for stronger purchases. At 19 HP, Heart of Iron turns a risky, near-lethal all-attack turn into a safe one and provides lasting block. I'm using it before committing damage to the cultist. The incoming A20 exactly exceeds Defense plus Metallicize by 2 HP, and there is no potion or draw access left. I'll maximize block and damage, but this is a forced lethal unless the displayed resolution changes. I'm checking the live run state first. If another unfinished run exists, I'll abandon it once and begin the requested Ironclad A20 attempt. The prior save was already a completed death, so no abandonment was needed. I'm starting the single fresh Ironclad A20 run now. To removals for only 7 max HP is the strongest long-term start here. I'll cut 2 strikes and lean on bash, while prioritizing early damage cards. The center route offers 3 early combats for card rewards, then a campfire before the first elite, with flexibility to divert if the deck stays weak. Armaments is the only immediately useful reward. It blocks now and can upgrade bash or future damage, while Havoc and Entrench would dilute this tiny deck. Twin Strike supplies the front-loaded damage the slim deck needs for Act 1 elites. The strong skills can wait until survival is secured. Thunderclap adds cheap area damage and extends Bash's vulnerability payoff. That directly improves sentries and multi-enemy fights without committing to a niche engine. Headbutt is efficient damage and lets this small deck recur bash or twin strike, giving both immediate elite strength and useful late-game control. I'm taking the extra fight because it preserves a campfire before the elite. At 48 HP, with attack and weak potions, that is safer and yields another reward. This double attack totals 21, so I'm spending weak potion on the looter. It saves repeated damage while preserving the attack potion as emergency elite burst. Disarm is premium scaling defense for Guardian and many A20 bosses. It is much stronger here than another generic block or one-turn weak. At 31/68 before a mandatory elite, resting to 51 is worth more than any single upgrade. The potions already provide enough burst to win the fight. Sentry's Punish Slow starts with dazes, so I'm using Strength Potion to amplify Twin Strike and Attack Potion to try to kill an edge sentry immediately. Feel No Pain gives the deck a real scaling defense direction with Disarm, Ascender's Bane, and future exhaust cards. Rampage's slow damage is less valuable than that ceiling. The next Campfire secures recovery after the Elite and preserves enough health to keep taking productive nodes later in the act. Shuriken is an excellent fit for the many one-cost attacks, and Twin Strike, it supplies the sustained strength scaling the Guardian fight was missing. This Elite is mandatory, but 57 HP plus Shuriken and Disarm is a workable setup. I'll prioritize damage unless it is Lagavulin, where setup value changes. Pommel Strike is ideal here. Another cheap Shuriken trigger plus card draw, while Pen Nib rewards cycling attacks efficiently. Shrug It Off fixes the deck's biggest weakness, efficient block, while keeping attack density high through draw, which is perfect for shuriken turns. At 28 HP, I'm choosing the safe branch. Rest now, take 2 events, and reach another campfire before the boss, rather than gambling on a shot plus combat line. The guaranteed 50 gold costs only 6 HP, with another campfire ahead. That is better than gambling on a potentially run-damaging bad face. With 20 incoming and no normal block, Feel No Pain plus Disarms saves 5 now, and turns the 2 slime statuses into future block. I'm taking the slower, safer line. Feed is the clear pickup, immediate damage, permanent max HP growth, and an exhaust trigger for feel no pain all in one card. Resting to 46 is mandatory before Guardian. The deck can scale with Shuriken and Disarm, but it needs enough health to survive the first defensive cycle. Guardian's Fierce Bash is 36. I'm preserving Pen Nib and using armaments to upgrade a defend, cutting the hit to 18 instead of wasting damage into block. Guardian's threshold is 16 and Whirlwind would be lethal pressure. 3 1-cost attacks deal 18, force defensive mode, cancel the attack, and trigger Shuriken. Sharp Hide makes each attack cost 4 HP, and Guardian has 20 block. Dealing damage now is inefficient, so I'm blocking the Twin Slam and saving feed for a safer phase. Mode Shift has only 18 damage left. Pommel Strike plus Strike deals 19, cancels the 34 damage Fierce Bash, and avoids attacking into the new Sharp Hide. At 15 HP, I can't spend the whole turn racing. Twin Strike plus Headbutt deals 28, while Defend keeps me alive through Whirlwind, and I'll recur Twin for the charging turn. Pen Nib plus Thunderclap, Pommel Strike, Strike, and a Shuriken boosted twin strike totals 71 into 62 HP. So I'm taking the guaranteed kill over waiting for feed at 8 HP. Guardian has 20 block and sharp hide, while I'm at 8 HP. Any attack is fatal this turn, so I'm fully blocking and waiting for sharp hide to drop. Sharp Hide is gone and Feed Plus deals 16 to 11 HP, so this is the safe lethal that also grants 4 max HP. Corruption turns the starter defense, shrug, armaments, and future skills into free exhaust fuel for feel no pain. That is the strongest route to an A20 endgame. Calling Bell offers 3 relics and the curse can be removed with 395 gold. Velvet Choker would cap Corruption Shuriken turns, while Runic Cube lacks reliable self-damage. The bell paid off. Bag of Preparation accelerates setup. Blue Candle turns both curses into feel no pain draw through, and Shovel can convert safe campfires into relics. I'm taking the center start for an immediate 395 gold shop. The priority is exhaust support, carb removal, and potions before committing to Act 2 elites. Double Thieves open for roughly 22 damage, so I'm weakening the Mugger and using Pommel Strike Straw before deciding whether to race or block. Pen nib makes feed 22 into the 8 HP looter, securing max HP, thunderclap, and shrug, then pressure the mugger while covering its weakened hit. Pommel Strike Plus is high-value draw and another cheap shuriken trigger. Entrench and Dual Wield lack the block engine or premium target they need. I'm buying Fiend Fire, a second feel, no pain, and blood potion, then removing a strike. That adds a finisher, doubles exhaust block, restores health, and improves consistency. Simplicity upgrades 2 strikes and 4 defends at once. 6 upgrades, especially free defend plus under corruption, far outweigh 1 removal. With the core engine assembled and only 42 HP, I'm taking the Ivan Heavy Branch to preserve health and reach a guaranteed campfire, rather than forcing another hallway fight. I'm offering Twin Strike, as an uncommon it should fully heal us, and this run's Twin has underperformed while removing it improves corruption consistency. Pen Nib makes feed deal about 33 through vulnerability, dropping Chosen to 14. Spending feed now prevents a much more dangerous Hex combat from dragging on. Flame Barrier becomes a free, exhausting 12-block card under Corruption, and is excellent against Book of Stabbing, Birds, and the Heart's multi-hits. At 49 HP, upgrading Corruption from 3 to 2 energy is more valuable than resting or digging, because it lets the block engine come online a full turn sooner. Three apparitions are transformative with Corruption and double feel no pain. Free intangible plus exhaust block outweighs the max HP loss, and feed can rebuild health later. With full health, 3 apparitions, block potion, and elixir, this is the right moment to convert the new defense into an elite relic. Leader is attacking with the Fat Gremlin still active. Apparition reduces the whole turn to 1s, while Pommel Strike plus Strike plus exactly removes the minion. Leader has filled the board and is attacking. I'm stacking the second field No Pain using Flame Barrier, Candle exhausting the curse, and spending Block Potion to cover the burst. Corruption Plus is finally online with 2 Feel No Pains. The free Defend Plus and Shrug generate about 24 block, while Strike removes the 4 HP Fat Gremlin. The engine is active. Candle Plus, Defend Plus, and Armaments produces roughly 27 block at 0 energy. Thunderclap and Pommel Strike will thin the minions while preserving all 3 energy. At 1 HP, the 2 free corruption skills generate about 27 block, then Thunderclap, Strike, and Bash eliminate the last attacking minion and trigger Shuriken. The hand has no block at 1 HP, so Elixir is mandatory. Exhausting 4 cards with 2 feel. No Pains creates 24 block and keeps 1 attack to continue the fight. Leader's strength has reached 13 and the attack is 19 times 3, with only 18 block and no skills or apparitions left. The remaining line is to maximize damage and see whether draw can produce lethal. I'll inspect the current game, abandon only if an unfinished run is already open, then pilot 1 fresh A20 Ironclad run through its terminal result. The Curse and Blind boss swap are too swingy. I'm taking a targeted early card to improve Act 1 immediately while preserving Burning Blood. The left lane offers early fights for card rewards, a rest before the first elite, and flexible branches afterward. That's the safest way to scale without dodging elites entirely. Headbutt is the cleanest early damage pick, and later lets the deck recur Bash, are another premium attack. Clash is unreliable with Ascender's Bane. With an elite coming soon, Bash Plus adds more immediate value than a single starter removal, by extending vulnerable through the next draw cycle. Cleave patches the deck's missing area damage and is immediately useful against sentries, slime boss, and multi-enemy hallway fights. Seven HP is a fair price for a permanent strike removal, especially with a fire before the elite and burning blood recovering hallway damage. A second removal for 75 gold keeps the deck compact. 61 HP plus the upcoming campfire is enough to face the elite without buying the heal. "61 HP is enough to spend this fire on power. Headbutt plus raises single target damage for Nob or Lagavulin and improves bash recursion turns. Nob punishes a slow deck, so I'm spending the Forge Potion now. 3 upgraded strikes gain 9 immediate damage and shorten the dangerous race. Carnage gives the deck the efficient burst it lacked. Despite Ethereal, 20 damage for 2 energy is excellent for the rest of Act 1 and remains strong with Bash. At 35 HP, the event to chest to shop line is ideal. Meal Ticket will restore 15 HP at the shop before the late act fights. Pommel Strike plus Anger uses nearly all the gold to add draw and efficient damage. Another removal is less urgent after 2 strikes are already gone. Bottling Bash Plus gives every fight a reliable 3-turn vulnerable opener, making Carnage and the cheap attacks much more consistent. None of these attacks improves the current package enough to justify deck clutter. The deck already has efficient damage and wants scaling or stronger defense now. At 65 HP, with 2 strong potions and a reliable bash opener, this late elite is worth the relic reward. The boss fire immediately follows. Lagavulin is asleep, so I'm using the setup turns to cycle past this weak opener and look for Carnage plus Bash before waking it. The setup paid off. Liquid Memories can return Bash Plus at 0 cost, letting this wake-up turn land bash, carnage, and pommel strike together. A second pommel strike is preferable to more raw attack density. It improves draw consistency and helps find carnage during vulnerable windows. "59 HP is sufficient for the Act 1 boss, so Carnage Plus is the best conversion of this fire. 8 extra base damage becomes 12 under bash vulnerable. Against Hexaghost, the priority is a fast damage clock. Bash Plus now creates a 3-turn window for Carnage Plus, rather than gambling the Snecko oil on the opener. Divider is the dangerous turn. Snecko Oil now both heals 5 via Ornithopter and searches 5 cards for extra block or 0 cost damage before the 30-point barrage. At 7 HP, turtling loses to incoming burns. The only viable line is to spend this seer, turn on damage, survive at roughly 1 HP, and race the remaining health under vulnerable. I'm checking the live game state first so I can abandon only an actually unfinished run. Then I'll begin the requested Ironclad A20 attempt. EA's 1 HP Blessing can convert the opening into upgrades and an elite snipe, but I'm checking the Act 1 routes before committing. I'm taking the center route. It reaches 2 pre-boss elites with an early shop, and still gives 3 ordinary fights to assemble damage before the first elite. Spot weakness is the clear pick. It gives Ironclad durable scaling for elites and bosses, while Clash is unreliable with Ascender's Bane and Slime statuses. The box is unusually attractive here. The next floor is a shop, so I can immediately remove Regret and effectively buy a random relic for the card removal fee. Magic Flower makes the box payoff excellent. I'll remove Regret as planned, then use the remaining 35 gold on Anger, cheap, strong early damage that also benefits from spot weakness. Pummel turns each spot weakness proc into 4 extra damage per strength, and provides compact burst for Nob, Lagavulin, and Guardian. Shrug It Off patches the deck's immediate weakness, efficient block, and draw, without slowing the spot weakness anger damage plan. At 46 HP, with Magic Flower's 9-point post-fight heal and an explosive potion, this first elite remains a favorable risk. The relic reward is essential for A20 scaling. Twin Strike is the best conversion of our strength scaling into immediate 1 energy damage. With HP low, ending elite fights faster matters more than slower headbutt setup. Paying 35 gold for the Cleric Heal is mandatory before the second elite. Magic Flower should amplify it enough to turn a lethal root into a viable one. Spot weakness is worth triggering Knobs and Rage here. It adds 18 damage across Pummel, Strike, and Anger for only 3 extra incoming, setting up a turn 3 kill. Bash +1 Defend is the survival line. The skill powers Knob up, but 5 block keeps us barely alive, while Bash leaves 14 HP and vulnerable for a likely next turn kill. Battle Trance is the strongest long-term pick. Zero-cost draw, fine spot weakness, and our efficient attacks on the right turns, which matters more than adding another raw damage card. Shining Light would deal 23 against 14 HP, so there is no gamble here, in leaving and preserving the run. This surprise chest is a major Matryoshka payoff. Opening it costs nothing, and should deliver the final doubled relic reward. The next fight is forced at 14 HP, but Blood Potion plus the nearby Regal Pillow Rest gives a safe recovery bridge. I'll heal immediately and combat on prioritized damage control. Combust fills the deck's missing area damage and helps against Guardian's defensive mode without triggering Sharp Hide. Magic Flower offsets its small HP cost. Regal Pillow makes resting overwhelmingly efficient here, taking us from 34 HP toward full before the final hallway fights and Guardian. Iron Wave adds flexible block without sacrificing tempo, which is especially useful for Guardian's mixed attack turns and later Act 2 fights. Our strength scaling already has enough payoffs. At 74/75, smithing is free value. I'm upgrading Battle Trance for deeper zero-cost draw, improving the odds of pairing spot weakness with multi-hit attacks in the boss fight. Guardian is the right matchup for this deck. Spot weakness supply scaling, Combust bypasses Sharp Hide, and the Dexterity Potion turns every block card into sustained value across both boss phases. Guardian is 4 damage from mode shift. I'm setting up Combust and using 1 bash to trigger the stance change, then stopping attacks so Sharp Hide cannot punish extra hits. The second mode shift threshold should be 40. Anger, Twin Strike, Strike, and Iron Wave total 42. So I'm forcing the transformation to cancel Guardian's heavy attack instead of trying to absorb it. Guardian's 9 block prevents a clean 50 damage shift this turn, so I'm taking the controlled survival line. All 3 free Ange for pressure, then Iron Wave and defend for 14 block against the heavy hit. Lethal. is just out of reach. 3 strikes plus combust leave 4 HP. I'm using Iron Wave, 1 strike, and Defend Plus instead, leaving 14 while building 17 block so the next draw can finish safely. Guardian is down at 5 HP survived. The build's core is working, spot weakness plus multi-hit attacks supplies damage, while Magic Flower and Regal Pillow provide recovery. But Act 2 now needs stronger block. Immolate is the Act 2 stabilizer. Bag of Marbles turns it into 42 opening damage to every enemy, solving the multi-enemy hallways that this deck is otherwise weakest against. Velvet Choker is the disciplined pick. Coffee Dripper is reckless at 14 HP and nullifies Regal Pillow. Pyramid risks hand clog with basic cards and statuses. 4 energy matters immediately, and 6 cards per turn is manageable. I'm taking the center start toward a low combat to elite route. Juzu makes the chain of question marks save, with a rest immediately after the first elite and another before automaton. Immolate is already paying off. I'm combining it with Spot Weakness, a grounding Anger, and Combust to remove 1 bird and leave the others near lethal despite flight. Headbutt Plus adds 12 damage and controlled recursion for Immolate, Spot Weakness, or Battle Trance. Excellent value without bloating the deck. The Council's apparitions were accepted, cutting max HP to 37 but granting intangible. That's a high upside defensive pivot for Automaton, so I'll now lean into short, controlled turns under Choker. Transforming 2 strikes for 75 gold is the best designer service. It removes low-impact basics while adding 2 Ironclad cards, and there is no reliable nearby shop competing for the gold. I'm refusing the vampires. With only 2 strikes left, 5 bites would bloat the apparition deck, and losing 12 more max HP is too costly. Magic Flower and Burning Blood already cover sustain. A Cursed Tome Relic can define the run, especially Necronomicon with Immolate, but I'll advance 1 page at a time and stop if the revealed HP cost threatens the apparition's safety margin. The final 15 HP is acceptable because a Regal Pillow rest is 1 note away. I'll take the book, then route to the campfire instead of the immediate elite and recover to full. Necronomicon plus Immolate is now the deck's strongest opener, 56 base area damage for 2 energy, so hallway fights should be much shorter if I can draw it early. Headbutt Plus can recur uppercut into Battle Trance. Necronomicon then doubles it again, creating a clean lethal line before Chosen's attack cycle begins. True Grit adds real defensive utility, and once upgraded, targeted exhaust for curses and statuses. The deck already has ample Necronomicon damage, so another attack is less valuable. At full HP, I'm smithing True Grit, so its exhaust becomes targeted. That lets us remove dead basics or statuses without risking an apparition or key damage card. Bottled Flame will lock Immolate into every opening hand, guaranteeing the Necronomicon Bag of Marbles' 84 damage area, burst that the run is now built around. second shrug it off is the right balance. More block and draw to find apparitions, while Necronomicon already makes additional damage cards redundant. Full HP, Bottled Immolate, Apparitions, and a skill potion make this elite highly favorable. The relic reward is worth taking before the late act route. I'm skipping this reward. None improves the deck score, and extra cards would only reduce the chance of drawing apparitions and battle trance around the bottled opener. Flame Barrier Plus is premium protection for automatons' multi-hit turns and future heart damage, adding 16 block plus counter damage without interfering with the bottled attack. With 265 gold and a clean route to the boss, this shop is better than another hallway fight. I'm looking for defensive relics, apparition support, or a basic card removal. Orichalcum plus a strike removal spins almost all 265 gold efficiently. Passive 6 block is excellent on apparition turns, and thinning a basic improves access to the bottled burst and defensive cards. Limit Break gives the deck a real endgame scaling ceiling. I can upgrade it at the final campfire, making repeated spot weakness procs explode rather than merely add damage. Automaton's orbs should die to the bottled double immolate immediately. The boss plan is to preserve apparitions for heavy attack turns, then stack spot weakness and reusable limit break before hyper beam. This is a setup turn with no incoming damage. I'm stripping an Orb's artifact with doubled bash, installing Combust, and headbutting Immolate back for another doubled area, burst next turn. Automaton is on its second boost, so Hyper Beam should be next. I'm killing the last orb but avoiding extra draw or headbutt manipulation, maximizing the chance to naturally draw an apparition for that turn. No apparition appeared for the likely Hyper Beam turn. I'm using the skill potion now, looking for Impervious, Power Through, or another high block emergency option before committing the rest of the hand. The potion missed Direct Block, but Burning Pact is the live line. Exhaust a burn and draw 2 cards, giving another chance to reach an apparition before Hyper Beam. Burning Pact still missed. I'm spending the colorless potion as the final safety valve, looking specifically for Panic Button, Dark Shackles, Blind, or Good Instincts. Discovery missed as well. Havoc is the only remaining survival line because it can play the top card for free. An apparition or either Flame Barrier would solve the turn. The hidden combat detail confirms Hyper Beam is 58 damage, and all 3 unupgraded apparitions exhausted earlier from Ethereal. Both emergency potions missed, leaving only 13 block at 26 HP. There is no surviving line, so I'm taking the max. I'm checking the live game first. If an unrelated unfinished run is open, I'll abandon at once, then begin the Ironclad A20 attempt. The free 100 gold is the strongest low-risk start here. I'm taking it. Then I'll route toward an early shop while still collecting enough fights to build damage. Armaments adds real block now and scales with later upgrades. The two attacks are too conditional or inefficient without strength support. This shop converts the gold into 3 clean improvements. Combust solves early multi-enemy fights, Dark Shackles is elite and boss-grade mitigation, and removing a strike improves every draw. Intimidate is compact A20 defense. Zero cost, weakens multi-attacks, and exhausts so it won't clog the longer fights Combust is setting up. Shrug It Off is an easy take. Efficient block plus draw helps find Combust and the one-shot defensive cards on the turns they matter. Feel No Pain gives this deck a scalable defense engine immediately. Ascender's Bane, Intimidate, and Dark Shackles already exhaust, and Ironclad can add much more support later. Dark Shackles turns Lagavulin 18 into 9. Pairing it with Feel No Pain and Armaments lets us establish Combust, while losing only a couple of HP. Lagavulin's repeated strength dexterity debuffs have collapsed both damage and block. There's no lethal or survivable line left, so I'm taking the maximum damage line and letting the run resolve honestly.